I think everything is running smoothly. We'll see for today, but I have a lot of doubts. I have a feeling that a lot of things are going to be broken. But welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday officially. We have some news that might be good. Might. I do not know. I will know in about 2 weeks ish. If it is good news or not good news. But yeah, I have sad news that I think I have fixed, but I'm not sure, which is linked to the good news. And yeah, other than that, we don't have much. We have the fact that it is Friday and that if you have something to show me, please share links so that we can just, take a look, give so that I can give you some reviews and so on. There might be still some overlays that are broken. Uh, Probably the fuck counter is broken in terms of the overlay, but it's not. Cool. I thought it was. That's a detail. That is a detail. And it's also going to be hot today based on my own temperature sensors, meaning that the stream is probably going to break many times. Feels hi, welcome on in. How are you? You got the notification today? How is everything? I have news that are potentially good for you. Potentially good for you. Earlier today, um I checked the repo and I had 34 commits to pull. Goddamn. Goddamn. That was a lot of changes. Congrats. I don't know what you did. I didn't read the entirety of the things, but goddamn. You had 34. The other project that I have for the client was at 18. And apparently, and I don't really know exactly how that works, but because the pool that I've done had, not on your project, on the other project, had a locked file. The locked file cannot be merged, which is weird, and I don't understand that. I think the locked file can only be sent from the creator point of view, which is not me. And therefore I'm not going to be able to get like the latest update. I don't know how that works. I'll see. This is for the client, so the client's going to take care of that. Maybe one day at some point, probably. But yeah, that is the current situation. And we'll see when that changes. But yeah, we'll see. What are you working on? I think last time when I asked, you were already at work, so I may need to ask again. Um, where is the landing page in the code? Is it like a totally different repo, or is it something else? It is in the repo. Cool. Cool. You're not supposed to see this. um, Also, yes, thanks. Same thing. I guess that's not the thing in question, and this is the file that I'm looking for. Basically, what we have um, as a first news, and then I think I'm gonna need to kill some of the processes that are working on my computer at the same time, including, I mean, technically this one can be killed right away because it makes absolutely no sense. Maybe, maybe, I don't know. Maybe this is good. So let me just show you quickly before I just load that repo cursor usage thing that I talked about earlier, and I was at 70 cents, 73 cents, and now I'm at 20 out of 20. Um, I was at 70 cents right here, and as you can tell, these three went through. but that didn't go up. So I don't know. The only thing that I know is that in my billing and invoices, we have a total of 2215, which is currently marked as included. And I don't know if this is because it's like something in the conversion rate. I don't know if it's something else. I don't know if it's something that I'm gonna need to pay up on the next months, like the overall churn of my own subscription. Is it going to just bill me $2.15 because that's the overarching that I've done? Even though in my spending, I don't have on-demand spending and I don't have anything else regarding to the usage that is, well spent. So I don't know. That is the potentially good news of the day. Um, Maybe I am back to my free tier, non-free tier things, meaning that potentially I still have access to everything, even though it's going to tell me that it costs me some money. It's going to be included in my spending, which is an option. I don't know. So, with that in mind, if that is the case, then we are good and I can do some stuff. I'm gonna try to not go past like $30 here just in case. But I mean that basically means that I don't have to pay anything on the on-demand usage. I have paid my billing for the year, which is already good, and therefore everything based on what I'm seeing on the dashboard should be good. So I don't know how it's gonna be billed and so on, but nonetheless, this is just useful information. Useful information. Anywho, you said server Docker landing. So not app, server Docker landing. I see. I see. So if I wanted to have a go at it, that's the folder. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. I'll see if I can do something about it because as you said last time, this is, I mean, as I said last time, but also you said last time, this is kind of too different compared to the app, and it might be better to have something that is matching in between the two. So that's the potential plan. But yeah, good job on that. What has changed though? Because that's going to be my question right now. You have 34. 34 pools. Also, that has been again discardable. Yeah, damn, that's a lot. That is a lot. Most of it seems to be non-visual. Kind of. There is the GIF things. Mm. Mm. Yeah, maybe. You made it responsive. I see. I mean, I don't see because I'm not on it, but it put you here and you there. Responsive meaning like so. So the constraints that I talked about, which is basically like ensuring that things are going to behave properly depending on where you are and what you do. Yeah, that's cool. That is nice, meaning that you already have some sort of a mobile-ish version, even if it's not really the perfect version. It's a good thing. That is a good thing. I like that. I like that. I don't like this, but that's fine. What I don't like is that icon, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Um, Let me close that because that makes no sense. And let me go into green for today. Green for today is going to be fine. Um, is this still as broken as it was? Yes, it is. I don't understand. I really have no fucking clue why this is happening. And it's weird. The fact that you move something on your own server and then it just doesn't go through. Well, basically, if I'm here and I just say, well, that channel is supposed to be in that folder. Like that's where it is. And then I'm moving to another server, and from that server, I go back to my own server. A second ago, it was reverting. So I don't know. It was broken. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's been it's been 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes and it's already broken. It's crazy. It is crazy. I'm gonna kill um I think cursor is gonna be the thing that needs to be killed, which is wild. But killing cursor last time made things be better. So we'll hope that this is the case and this is true and it's good. Let me kill that as well, if I can. Figma is also one of the biggest memory hogs that we have, but we do need to have it while streaming. It makes no fucking sense. And Node is also one of these things that is just running in the background all the time. So, yeah, the core audio makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. This is good. uh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You fixed the reddish thing. You know what? I think, yeah, I would have noticed on the no theme themes right there if that was the case. Yeah, it does. These ones have a yellow tint, so obviously I'm gonna see things, but the background seems to be a bit red still. And if you look closely, I don't think you will be able to notice that on the stream, but it has actually, hi, what call it? It has the a tint of green and a tint of red right here. And then when you switch to the other one, it goes right in the middle in true neutral, and then it goes back to purple. So I think this is like the simple fact that it is purple has the purple and blue kind of contradict and work against the red. So it is why we have true gray, true neutral, while it's transitioning. But yeah, I think that's an interesting thing. In the background, if I force refresh, we still have like a bit of red, but it's the background, which is fine. Yeah, Eh, still. Debshi, how's everything? How was the week so far? And how's the dev going? It's such a subtle thing that I don't know if it's necessary to spend too much time on that, you know? Like it's okay. I wouldn't mind like if the main reason why we had that thing uh of having a bit of an issue in the transition and so on be because my theme system had um like the need for a tint, at least a little bit of a tint, in order to get the transition proper, which is the reason why it was there in the beginning. um it might be an option for us to just say use a tint, but use a tint that is related to the server's user selected color, if there is one. Like, for example, if I'm here and I select green, then there is a bit of a tint in the background that is green, and that would make sense. But right now, if you look closely, these are kind of green. Kinda. They have a bit of a green thing to them. And so, yeah, nonetheless, details. Details. So you said you changed the profile as well with probably the same design. But that's yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. How do you feel about it though? That's the question that I haven't asked. Uh, since I have made some changes last time. It is it good for you? Does it make sense? Do the changes like work together? Um, or uh, it depends, Dapshi. It depends. It also depends on the person. Um, the DMs in channels are different than the one-on-one DMs, and it's the only thing. The DMs in channels. What do you call DMs in channels? Also, this is green. Uh, do you mean this is DM in channels? Like there is multiple people? Oh, you mean the messages have bubbles compared to the messages here that are different design? Is that the thing? Yeah, that was on purpose. From my point of view, that it basically because the interface is the same roughly, I wanted to make sure that people have the understanding that they are not in a specific channels, but they are like in a one-on-one thing or a group chat for something that looks more like a chat message interface rather than a forum slash group discussion server discussion. So that is the reason. I just wanted to have this section be natural Discord replacement, Slack replacement, like very similar, and then this be one-on-one slash group chats, and the user can figure out where they are. But the thing that I can see as a probably negative here is that we currently have 4 messages in the view, and here we have 3, kinda. uh, the height difference and the wasted space on this is kind of crazy. So I could see why changing this back to the regular channel messages type might make sense, but interesting. I just don't understand this thing. Um, but yeah. Um, oh no. Yeah, you wanted to have this in the channel, so having the bubbles for everything. The the reason why I kind of said no to that, in my head at least, and I think I said that the first time, is if you think of your Discord servers right now, the amount of people that are chatting on like any given day and the amount of time that you are chatting is going to be a ratio of like 1 for 10 or something like this. Like if we have a discussion, then it's a back and forth. But if it's not, most of the time it's going to be something that is other people a lot of the time, and then you. And if we somehow place you on the other end, like here, for example, it to me it feels kind of weird. Whereas in a DM format, it kind of makes sense to me. Because it's you're gonna see that interaction a lot more. But yeah, I do see that this is a lot of wasted space from my point of view, um, and I could see both. But I mean, at the end of the day, everything is an option. We can we can go whichever side we want, and just get the effect. Since I mean, as far as I remember, the build for the chat bubbles is a component that is centralized. So it's just a matter of saying, um, that's the instead of using bubbles, we use not bubbles. God damn. This is gonna be weird. This is going to be a very wild one. I'm not gonna lie. This is not good. This is not good. I don't know why though. This is this just doesn't make any sense. Like it's crazier than expected, but it doesn't make any sense. I really don't understand why for the past 2 days things have been 2 days, 3 streams, things have been so broken. Nothing in my computer have changed. I mean, I did have more fonts installed, but I doubt that a font would break my internet connection. Uh, so I don't know. I don't know why this is breaking the streams every fucking time. Like it's just not. It's just not a thing that should happen. I don't get it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That seems normal. Some things are using the network, but not in a way that just, you know, shouldn't. So, I don't get it. I don't get it. At least this is work. At least I'm aware that there are some breakage, which is fine. So what I was saying is using the bubbles is a probable option. Um, and then from here, this is a small detail that I kind of wanted to touch on last time, but I didn't. Um, I mean, you probably have seen that, and I don't know if it's visible on your end as well, but technically speaking, there is an indent, and I don't understand why. So it's not much, but it is something. That is just like in there where a sub message from the same person is going to have that indent of the next message, and I haven't checked if it also is the case for next message. um I don't think we have like a, well, that's bad for me. That's cute as fuck though. I like the visual of that. But yeah, yeah. So the first one is, and then everything else is indented. So yeah. Wes, welcome in. Wes, Red, welcome on in. Why did I say Wes? I don't know. Red, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's the week going? So there is this teeny tiny things, and then the point that I wanted to make is kinda um if it is a message from the same person, but it's a specific amount of time in between the two, then maybe we can still present like the profile picture and the name and all that goes with it because it makes sense. Um, and only have like the stackable remove information if it's like short burst of messaging. I think if I remember correctly, on Slack, it's something like 5 to 10 minutes between messages. So if you were to send something and then wait 5 minutes and then send something again, your profile picture and your name and everything is going to still reappear, even if no one has posted anything. So that's debatable. I feel like it doesn't necessarily need to happen, but like nonetheless, it's still something. And if it's another day, I think you should have the information, just for the sake of having the information. But yeah, that's the thing. Other than that, that indent is kind of interesting and not necessarily good, but interesting. I I guess it's probably a build issue in the construct of that message chat message implementation. So I could see that as a different structure. You probably currently have, I need to put Figma right there. You probably currently have something that is along the line of that's your whole message, like that's your container, and therefore you have like the same container underneath. It's just like we have removed everything else. And potentially, what needs to happen is your container is here, but that's your container for the threads of messages from one user. And if the user is like replying to himself or adding a sub message and so on, it's going to pop up into that container right there, so that if you have a second message, it's going to be here, contained within that parent global. But that would probably, in terms of construction, break a lot of the thing that you have put in place so far, and probably as well will break the stuff that are related to the reaction messages, because that's going to be kind of more complex to have if it is inners, like inner divs for everything. So that's the thing. Other than that, small details that could probably fix the indent. But yeah. Shift delete. That's neat though. You did. Cybersec, welcome on in. So this is me. Don't worry about it. There is a flash. There's a flash of white for the trash can. It makes sense. You have a transition between your ... that is white to your trash can that is red, and the switch of color and icon are basically crossing paths. So you end up with the icon switch first and then the color switch second. So you have the flash in white and then the icon in red. That is such a non-issue. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It is fine. It's working though, which I'm really happy with. You did a good job. You did a good job on that. And then the thing that I didn't check because I didn't know, this is pretty good. This is pretty good as a presentation, as a connection, as a design overall. The layout is good. The placement is good. This is debatable, but it makes sense. It's I feel like it's pretty nice in terms of placement to not have it like where Discord has it and Slack has it might be the issue, but yeah, it might need to be placed here just for the sake of consistency with everything. But other than that, yeah. And yeah, no, I can't connect. I can just click on it so far. So that's the thing. I'm guessing it's probably the same as this, right? Which, since you didn't have requested mic access, camera access, and so on, I don't think you would have had anything, or maybe you have requested and I did give it in the first place, but God dang it, that's loud. That is loud. I see. So you can say yes, but also it was cancelled on your side, I think. That is so loud. That's crazy. Nonetheless, if it's working, then that's good. But I don't think we have requests. Like, for what do we have access to? Um, I don't think that's the case. Does it matter? No. So, we're good. We're good. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Um, why though? Is it just grayed out because you haven't worked on the video format yet, and therefore you just don't want people to click on it, expecting that it works? Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Um, yeah. So basically, if you didn't hang up and I had pressed answer, we would have had um, something. Yeah, I don't think I can because I'm not, again, I'm not on dev. I'm on the website right now, and the fact that um, GitHub and Cursor are breaking the stream, that makes no sense. I know. I know. Um, I don't have them open, sadly. I wish I could. I wish I could. But yeah, I will pull on the next opening of Cursor after the stream or before next time. I don't know. Um, Nonetheless, this is pretty good. Overall, things are working, which is nice. And the only thing that, to me, like, really needs some work is going to be the landing page to stand out a bit more. And be designed in a way that is aligned with the current page. I think this is not gonna be launched. So let me launch that while we're talking about it. There is a bit of a trend thing that is interesting, that could work in terms of styling. And I know we have some of them that I have saved in here, and I don't think I have them on the other end, but I feel like this is a potential direction for you, mainly because of the simplicity and security that goes with it, and the visual that is these types of rendering. Like, the illustrations are very simple, and yeah, with screenshot of the app itself, with potentially some mock-ups of the apps. Like, these things are not exactly what the apps look like, but it is a representation of what it will be. And I do think that this is potentially something that makes sense. I'm gonna save that on the side. It's not the one that I had in mind, but it's very much the same ID. And it is, again, it is one of the current trend of websites that I think could definitely work for you. I did do that. Uh, and it's simple enough and fitting enough, I think, that it could be interesting. The main point is, if I go with something like this for the landing page, there might be some teeny tiny changes that needs to happen within the UI as well, because it's similar, but yeah, like, that's kind of the vibe in question. It's just like big images that are not necessarily related. The first one that I shared was a bit of a shader. This one is a bit of an AI generated painting. which I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of, but whatever. But having like the screenshot and or mockups of the app itself within the container is pretty good. And going back to what we have uh, right here, which is simple. We saved sorry. We saved it for a reason. The cat made me laugh. This one is basically what I think would be good. Right now, this one is an example of a presentation of that user that said, every time I have a project or I'm working on something, I'm asking Claude to create an interactive case study or an interactive recap of what have been done. And right here, you have the interactive recap in question, meaning that I can 100% interact with the thing, scroll through the article that is the recap, but still in there have the ability to just still interact with said thing, play with the elements and so on, and like have fun with all of that. So that's the thing that I feel like would be very good when it comes to the landing page itself, to have somehow interactive version of what the endpoint of the app would look like. However, this is the biggest however possible, the creation of something that is interactive on the landing page might be a bit of an issue in terms of the performance of the landing page itself. So to be checked, but there is a need for some experimentations for sure. Can I find the thing? Obviously I can't. Obviously I cannot. I know that I think Alstom talked about it. I think he did. You get, I mean, already you have the ID that I have in my head, but I'm looking for a very specific type. And obviously, I don't have it saved here. But yeah, there is like so many lately that are basically that, and I'm like, eh, could be good. Like shit like this. It's simple. It's the same vibe. It's the same ID. It's big ass images for no reason, and screenshots or mockups of the content. So it could be things like, oh yeah, this is your profile section, and we have like the settings menu as a portion of the settings menu, and the user could potentially like click on things with predefined hard-coded data in there so that they can just, have a go at it. Not necessarily like a very creative or anything, but it's just make something that is more interactive and potentially more fun. Also, let me just give you the cats, because the every facial expression, everything is a great reference for any artist, ah, any illustrator that needs somehow some references. It's good. I like it. Anyways, anyway, forget about the game. Um, but yeah, like same thing on this one. It has a similar vibe with that gradient in the background and that thing. So I am thinking it could be the case. But the first one that I shared is probably the best representation that we have right now as a quick glance. But yeah, other than that, it's a bit of a common current thing. Is it Andreas? Is it Andreas that talked about it? I think he was. I think he was. It's a bit of a while ago now from something that was as if Cursor were the creators of a very specific type that is very much similar. Damn. But maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, that's older. Older than expected. Older than expected. It doesn't really matter though. Maybe if I do that. Yeah, I mean, I could have done that. The Crystal landing page is basically a similar idea where these things are interactive and I can play with them, even though this is a bit of a pre-recorded video type of thing. So there is like a set of actions that are going to happen when you load the page for the first time. Things are running in the background, but you still have the ability to just interact with whatever within the landing page. Not that it really matters, but it's just like things animated, things make sense, and you know, it's going through a fake iteration. So that's the thing. I feel like this could work specifically for you, and the color scheme that they have, the design rendering is a pretty simple thing to do. So that is and was the ID. The first one that I shared is a bit better based on the fact that they have that sidebar activity things, like these effects on the edges are better and fit better with the type of security and tech related things. So probably going with something like this, but yeah, that's just the details. The small thing. The small thing. And then this is great. I don't think the fact that it's a skill makes any fucking sense, as in skills for AI. But if you understand OKLCH as a base, and you just wanted to use that for your theming section, which I think I did, you end up with something that is pretty good. Pretty good, pretty simple, pretty fast, because it just gives you the lightness and darkness in no time. So we do like this. I wish there was some sort of a website, but yeah, otherwise, it's just this one, which is good enough as an understanding. If you don't have any understanding of OKLCH as a color scheme and a color profile, then this is going to be useful. There is a ton of options, a ton of things, and then the skills in question is right there. But basically, when you have the understanding of how it is and how you can just play with the chromatics of everything, then you are good. You are good. Yeah. Anyways, see, these things are good. I like this logo though. The current client that I have is a very similar thing in terms of having just a single line activity. I wish I wish we had more. I wish we had more to showcase. Nonetheless, that is where we are. We have magnificent things that have popped up on my feed for the past few days, and these are two of them. So we had something similar a long time ago. Um, in one of the agency that I was working at, we had something that was not as fun as the left and right head tilt, but we had like animation on hover for each of the people that were in the company, and it was fun and a fun idea. This is really good though. The fact that it is fast if you click the buttons, it is slow if you just drag over, and if you use your arrows, it's also like kind of faster. This is a very, very creative um, system, and you would just need like two video file that you have chopped up to make sure that everything is aligned. Um, or, and I don't know if that's the case, generating the images, but I don't think generating the images make any sense on this one. But this is really cool. So, you know, creativity is everywhere, and this is something that you may have thought about at some point and forgot about, and they have done it. And then this is one of the other ones similar to what we have done in the past. This is, I don't know if this is like in code or if this is in Figma. Based on the fact that we have the iPhone Edge like this, I have a feeling that it might be in their app, like their camera app that they are working on. But nonetheless, you can see the details of everything in there. There is so much going on that it might be extremely simple to put in place. Um, what is interesting and good is the understanding of physics and the understanding of materials from the creator, as always. So that metallic effect is pretty good, but then you have the titanium rendering for the oxidations on the edge, and the way that it goes from that kind of brown E to pink to blue is something that is specific to titanium when it's oxidized and heated. And you end up with this rendering right here. This is the type of detail that I like a lot. There is a bit of flatness around here that I'm not necessarily a big fan of, but for the fact that this is probably going to be like a 30 by 30, 32 by 32 buttons on the bottom left corner of your phone, uh, it doesn't need to be as realistic as it is. But yeah, this is very impressive. But I don't know exactly how you would be able to do that in code. So this is probably going to be a PNG. And it's fine. I kind of want to remind everyone that there is no need for very, very complex creations on the web or on an app. If you deem that it's good and that you have done a good job in Figma, then maybe you can just export it as a PNG and use the PNG instead. Like a PNG is not a bad thing. It's not going to scale, but technically speaking, your app and your layout is probably not going to get bigger or smaller than what it is. So, you know, no need to have a scalable graphics, no need for SVGs when it comes to all these things. But yeah, and then the rest is the thing that we have talked about on last time, which is good. I need to go back in there to pick up like a ton of the references. But yeah, nonetheless, the landing page is something that needs to be checked. I do think that Claude and or Cursor could one shot the main structure and the foundation of the landing page if you just give it something like we want to rebuild the landing page to look similar to what Cursor has, meaning that we are using the app layout as mockups within the feature presentations and other parts as an interactive things that have hard-coded data. It's probably going to be able to do something about it that is pretty good. So yeah, I would say that's the main thing. And then going back to the fact that I may be good, um, this has been popping on my feed for the past 2 days. Um, DeepSeek V4 Pro with reasoning and plenty of things is the cheapest API for cloud computing AI stuff. And yeah, these people have been burning through 750 million tokens with 3,000 API requests in total over the course of a few days, and that costed them $10. Um, and then this one is just like 100 times less, and it's just 54 cents. Because apparently the cost went down. So if you are someone that is interested in using cloud compute instead of your own hardware and your own self-hosted, self-run LLM models, then apparently DeepSeek is the best option, specifically because it goes in a deterministic way when it comes to the pricing. So if you are someone that is conscious of your budget conscious, it's pretty good. It's something that you can just you can top up for $20, $50, however you want, and then use it. And when you reach the end, and you can't use more. But that's the thing. Like it's not something that's gonna take money from your account if you are using more than expected. It's just gonna tell you, well, you need to top up if you want to continue this conversation. Um, but yeah, and the good thing is it runs in open code, and based on the fact that um, it's just cheap. You might be able to not use too much depending on what you do. And I don't know exactly if the models is as good as the others, but it's a good reference nonetheless. Nonetheless, um, other than that, we haven't had like a lot of things that have popped up. I'm seeing a ton of things that you know. Mm, mm. These are popping up. So these styles for logos and creations are coming back, and I'm not mad about it. I think a lot of people would learn a lot of things when it comes to the creation of these because of how not complex they are, but how impactful they can be if you make them properly. So I have saved one that is lower here. Like we have these ones, first of all, that are coming back a bit. And these ones are kind of tame compared to the other ones. Um, so, it's an option. But let me see if I have them. These I'm obviously my feed is Japanese, so I'm seeing some of these in a lot of places. But still, these are coming back, in a big way. And I like it. I like it. Again, this is what I've been trained on, what I started my whole design career on. So going back to the creation of these effects is pretty cool. The issue though is the fact that most of the current tools that we have access to are not meant to work with that. You can create similar things, but you can't really achieve that level of speed that we used to have based on the fact that most of that effect here, and there in the background is or used to be brushes in Photoshop where you take the brush, you click once, and then you have your effect in the background and you're done. Now, in order to re-achieve all of that, you would need to go by hand for the entirety of the thing. So it's going to be a bit more tedious than it used to be, but it's very cool. And it's coming back. So, playing with that is always a good thing. Playing with that is always a good thing, nonetheless. Um, I think we have everything so far. Yeah. Which is the thing that I had. Like we put that in 40 installed by me. And let's go into the Feels, you want to go this way? That's the new logo. And I'm not saying no, but goddamn. Um, this one's too big. This one is too big for what I'm trying to achieve here. Again, this is what I've been trained with. So we have so much things going on. I think you would need a banana in terms of getting the correct variation right there. You need like a proper strong banana. A strong banana in there. I wish we had some dot patterns, but I don't think we can. I don't think they would be in there. You know what I mean? You don't. Uh, things like my 2027 board, right about where you at? 2027. 2027. You're not in 2027. I see. Are you there? You're not there either. Hmm. I mean, I know where you are, but like, officially, you're not supposed to see this. Uh, basically, like these. I want that. I want that effect in the background. That half-tone thing is not something that is easy to create within Figma, which is kind of sad. Which is kind of sad. You know, go there. Ah, yeah, it's missing some teeny tiny, as always, like things like this. It's always like such an annoyance because it's what will make your design interesting in the long run is this type of shit where you need to spend like hours in the small paint drops and the things to just, get that to work, which is just a pain. I'm gonna keep the same, change the hue a bit. I mean, I guess the banana is an option, but then my top green is not good. And if we go blue instead, like a bluer, probably a thing. That's less readable. That's the thing. Could go there. Could go there. Nope. I'm gonna check that. Something's missing on the other side. And I don't want to just have some dots around there, but maybe that's just what it needs. Is that, you know. Dev sheet. What do you mean? You, you. That's good. You know what I'm about to say? Thank you for that. Because the amount of time where I go onto a GitHub that says macOS like base 64 some or ARM 64 something, and if you don't know what it means, you're like, well, which version of the macOS do I need to take? Because I don't know. And some people have a macOS Universal, basically, that download both and then install the one that matches after the fact. But having this right away means that I can have like the same thing that you have here. I know exactly that I need this one. Like that's it. That makes sense. It does make sense. It's easy. But also, goddamn, that's a lot. That's a lot. But that's cool. Congrats on the release. Stony, hi, welcome in. That is a few indeed. How's that day going? You arrive on a very interesting segment. Yeah. Have a good coffee. Have a good coffee. You have a few releases as well. Releases, is it? I don't know. We were talking about the fact that that's good. Same thing. That's good. The fact that I have to scroll twice to reach the bottom, you have too much. Why do you have so many? Why so many? Specifically, I mean, the question for me is specifically for macOS. Why so many? Why not just provide in the releases? Have a good run to the store then. Yeah, like why not just give one Windows, one Mac OS, one, I guess, Android, and you can't really have one for iOS unless you're like giving me the project. But yeah, no, we were talking about this, the fact that these types of logos are coming back and that I have been raised with these. And just because I don't know, I made that for Yolka as a new logo, you know. um, yeah, is it too much though? Is it too much? Mm. Yeah, but I mean, again, it's the same debate that we had for about an hour and 30 minutes, which I think turned into 3 hours of streams last time. In my hand is just like, well, you should just give me one thing that has both, and then once I click the install button, I can decide what the fuck I want to install, and that's it. Like if it's the standalone, it's the standalone. If it's the server, it's the server. If it's something else, something else. Like if you have multiple versions, it's just like one package, and then from the wizards within Windows, for example, I'm gonna select what I need, and from Mac OS, it's just gonna be like which version do you want to have, and so on. But I get it. I get it. Anyways, that's the old ways. That is the old ways. I still think that we need some sort of a banana, and let me just banana for a split second. I feel like this will unrelated related be a good option. Um, but yeah, fuck. That's the correct banana. So we'd go with that for anything that is here, basically. And then this thing, not necessarily the thing that I wanted to do. Um, I could have done that. No! Oh my god. Could have done that instead. And then we do have some sort of a linear gradient on this one, which is fine. Yeah. Mm, debatable on this one. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Fuck. Fuck. Just the edge. The edge. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And also, yes, I didn't really reply to that message, but yes, 100%. The people that are like me that are not devs and that don't really want to go through um, the entirety of GitHub and figuring out what is the right release and so on will 100% benefit from the fucking download page. That is the truth. No question about it. I feel like this could benefit from a twist, but I don't think I can do that. I don't think I have that. Um, yeah. You know what? That's pretty true. I wish I could, but that's not an option. Wow. Sorry, that was shit. That notification was shit. Ah. What you need is the content. I can't, as I said last time, I can't really give you anything if I don't have the content. So, well, yeah. Would that work? It would not. I mean, this could work as a simple effect. I don't think making it bigger would. That's an interesting effect. Because if we just do this, then it's not as fun. But if we have something that is like smaller, okay, that's subtle double rotation transition. I feel like this is pretty cool. Anyways, let me click on May. That's an interesting concept. Do you need to run the bot in order to know who you rated in the past? Yeah, I know. I mean, I can read. I mean, I can't read, but I did read that. um, so you would need to have used the bot in the past in order to make sure that it knows when you have rated, because you can't really past things, and then you would have um, the score. The score is interesting. How do you calculate? Is it like software, language, amount of viewers, um, as they rated, have they rated, are they following you, are you following them, and so on? I guess that the whole thing. Um, I'm guessing yes, but yeah, why is that here? Um, yeah, but if you do follow them, I'm guessing that bump the score. Yeah, I see. That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. I'm not gonna say that this is similar, but it is. It's similar to this for me. Um, as in, it's the same type of recommendation system based on past experience and relationship with the perfume. Right now, I'm currently in the testing mode, so basically, if it is in my collection and I haven't really, you know, I didn't wear it too much, then it's going to be there. If I just go in the discovery mode, it's going to give me things that are more aligned with my vibe at the moment. So that's the option as well. The issue that I have with the discovery mode is that it's recommending things that I'm not necessarily the best fan of, just because it's in my collection. And yeah, I need to once again do some calculation again because it's recommending the not for me's, and not good. Nonetheless, yes, that's cool. That's a cool idea. I would say, um, some things that could be interesting for that specific chat thingy. I mean, not really chat thingy, but chat thingy would be on the streamer's end. So something that is not seen by the chat, but seen by the streamer only, would be some sort of a Tinder-like or a grid-like of the recommendation based on the output of the calculation that you're doing. So potentially have like the scores, the things in a UI on your end so that you can see if they are currently in a BRB scene. You can see if the subject of the day based on the title seems to be matching with what you want to do, because it might be like a usual for you to go somewhere, but on that day they um like they are playing games and the game is really cool and you like it, so you want to go there, but it wouldn't be necessarily like recommended because they are playing games, whereas they should be in the same category or something. So yeah, and also yes, we have like a big D bump in not for me. So basically, what happens is if you say this is not for me, it goes in the back of the queue and cannot be recommended for the first 3 months, 2 months, 2.5 months, I think. So it's basically like for 2.5 months, it's never going to be recommended once you put it in not for me. And then it's going to creep up slowly into the recommendation for the next 3 months as well. So basically, you have 6 months of no recommendation. The thing is, because the collection in total is big, but also sometimes the things like these are very much recommendable because they are like cool central notes. that work with any day, any weather, anything, then it's just like um it's complicated. But yeah, so I have like these things, which is basically, oh, oh, hi, that's new. Um, I know why that is the case. Don't worry about it. Um, but yeah, is this live though? It is. That's impressive. I just did the update of the latest beta software, so that is the reason. But goddamn, that was crazy. Um, that was crazy. I'm gonna see if it launched that on its own, but I doubt it. Nonetheless, Dapshi, to answer your question, what's the goal and what do you have in mind right now? Because the business model so far is for everything is going to be a subscription model, which is pretty simple. If you go with an on-demand model, like a credit-based model, you will, that's neat, you will have a lot more issues than expected. So yeah, if the goal is to make money and not work, you go with a subscription model that is billed yearly. Like by default, it's a yearly bill. You display it as a 9.99 per month billed yearly, with 2 months for free, shit like this, so that people are paying like $90 and then they get access to the entire thing. And the goal for you is going to be, I'm going to be the most capitalistic possible and tell you to reduce your cost on your end as much as possible to the point where you will be able to have something that runs for free on device without you having to have anything like any subscription, any overhead payments, and the user just paying for the app itself, which is basically my case for some of the apps that I have. Like Can is a software limitation, and I could give you access to everything for free forever, but no, because the goal was to make money. So yeah. Also, what is this big ass bird? um, but the thing that I said last time is because you have an AI chat on your app, and because these AI chat models are getting more and more expensive, going back to what I said earlier, you should use a DeepSeek chat instead of anything else, because the API cost is crazy low compared to everything else, um, which is good. But yeah, also yes, thank you for the gigantify bits, Cybersect. I appreciate it. Yes, DeepSeek is currently set at 0.0002 cents per million tokens out. So, yeah. And yes, the overlay doesn't really recognize the Gigantify because it doesn't know what it is. It sees that as an emote. It is so sad. I agree with you. I agree with you. But yeah, DeepSeek is cheaper, and the cheapest is going to be Gemma 4 that runs on device, and the cheapest of cheapest is going to be Pico, if I remember correctly, that also runs on device. Yeah, 14 cents per million. God damn. Well, DeepSeek is just like even. Um, like the pricing for DeepSeek for million input input with a non-thinking model, um, like the Flash version is going to be 0.028 0.028 on input and 0.28 on output. So you would have like a really cheap overall thing based on what we have seen so far. Like a $50 can get you a full year of inference, roughly, if you do it properly. So that's a thing that you can do. But going back to what I was about to say, the overall system, because you have like an AI chat within your system, it means that unless you are switching models often and using the cheapest available often, you will end up with cost that is higher later on than the cost that you currently have, based on the fact that these things are getting more expensive and more expensive, um, and not cheaper and cheaper, which makes no sense. So, yeah. So, the business model question. If you go with the simple, trusted, we are not using Kilo for this one. Let's use Mark. Mark is gonna be good for now. You know, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. God damn. Danny, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Let me get there. So if you go with the sub model, you end up with a potential revenue stream that is going to be stable-ish for what comes in, with, let's say, 10 a month. And technically, it's going to be 10 a month per paying users. So I'm just going to monthly user. It's going to be fine. So 10 a month per user, roughly. And then in order to make sure that this is viable, you need to ensure that your infrastructure cost, meaning like your database system, your chat inference, your, I don't know, subscription, like any other infrastructure things. That's not what I said I was about to do. Any other thing that you want to have in here, which is related to your infra, is cheaper than 10 a month per user. Usually that's the case. You're probably going to have an infra cost that is at about $25 a month. So as soon as you have 3 paying users, you're good. And that usually is good for a good amount of time before you need to have something that is like converted, but it's pretty easy overall. That's not what we wanted to do. So these things needs to be like integrated and simplify within that thing. That's your thing for the sub. If you don't want to go with the sub, but you want to go with the usage base, which is what everyone is doing at that instant, it's going to be similar, but it's going to be a cheaper cost per month per usage. So it's probably going to be something that is at the $4 a month to $2 a month per user, plus, god damn it, plus the usage. And so some users will be paying $2 a month, and some user will be paying $30 a month. And it really depends on what they're doing. So that's the current business model that you have, based on the fact that you have a chat activity. The issue that I will have for you on this one is you need to ensure, if you don't want usage, you need to ensure that the users do not have the ability to exploit your system, and get access to features that they shouldn't have access to, if that makes any sense. So, Holy, for example, is a not pregnancy, um, a period tracking app that a friend has made. So I'm testing it to see how it works, if it's good, if it's not good, and so on. Like it's interesting, it's good to see, but they have a chat, and so I tried in the beginning, like, what can I say? What can I ask in order to get like the LLM in the background to tell me what it is? And that didn't really work, which is pretty good. And then obviously I have like the ability to do other things, but she has done a very good job at harnessing the model in a way that makes it only reply to things that make sense. So I can't really ask it to give me like a muffin recipe or something. It's not going to necessarily work unless I framing it as a boost or something else. Like it's just like the type of thing that can work. But you want to make sure that basically, um, no, the person is French, so this is going to be working in French, which is sad. Nonetheless, um, that's the type of thing that you need to do. You need to make sure that the harness and the guardrails that you have around your chat don't allow the user to just derail themselves and then ask for things that are not necessarily included in their things. What if I go into not these? If I go in deep seek, because that's going to be the best option. Let's not do deep syncing, and uh, best on device LLM for everyday use, because it's going to be a bit of research. I feel like it's probably going to be something like yeah, Gemma 4. That's what I was thinking about. Most of these are desktop, so I'm gonna not do that. If we do iPhone, then we have Gemma as well, which is interesting. You have like small versions that are good. Llama is okay. Quen is fine, but it's still like 300 megs, which is hefty. And still Gemma 4. That's crazy. This one might be an option based on the fact that it's very, 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 very low. But Yeah. I mean, my best guess every time is use the model that is on device. Nowadays, when you are running any Android phone that has like a basic Android version of it, you will have some AI capabilities on it. And said AI capabilities will be powered by one of the on-device models, and you have the ability to harness that through your app so that it runs the native LLM that is on said device. So for the iPhone, it's going to be Siri E thing with probably later next year the Google enabled thing, but it's going to be optimized as much for the device. That's the thing that I would use if I was you. I would do my best to get like an optimized for on device so that it doesn't cost you shit. And then the only thing that costs you is the databases. If you need to have database and servers and things. If you don't, then I don't know. But yeah. Um but yeah, that's the thing. Mizzy, hi, what going on? How are you? How's the day going? I don't think we had anyone that dropped and landed today. So maybe you would. Nonetheless, actually, the main point that I want to say is that if you don't want to go with the usage-based um, system, you should go with the the subscription model, because I don't think you want to go with the regular one-time payment. I don't think this is an option. Um, but yeah, I am not making it. Well, congrats on getting out of the hospital. That's a good news. That is good news. Um, yeah, by a hair, goddamn. Um, I would say the important stuff or the easy stuff is simply just make sure that you have the correct, like, goddamn, that was close. The correct uh pricing models. Like, I'm gonna staircase myself again because it's the easiest for me to showcase. But if you know that you're using, I don't know, Clerk for users, I don't know how you manage your users, but let's say you're using Clerk by default, it makes sense. I could have gone for work OS because it's like a million users, but like just Clerk is fine for now. And then your database is something like Convex, or specifically something that is like Superbase or Neon. Neon is good. And then you don't have hosting because the hosting is on like on the app. So on the app stores that cost you like $25 once and $100 per year. So you're good. Emails, maybe no emails necessary for this thing, no cache, no storage. You probably would have the need for storage in terms of something simple, but like a Cloudflare R2 bucket would be good enough. And or if you want to go with the Superbase storage with a Superbase instead of Neon, then that's an option. But I don't think so. And then you have your monitoring, which is already in place, which I don't know exactly what you're using, but you're using something that is, I think, currently free. So I'm going to use that as this. And if you have like a conversion rate where, you know, you have a conversion rate, which is fine, but it's not like the best. So let's say 5% is going to be okay, and the monthly growth is going to be like, I don't know, 5% as well, 10% max. So it doesn't take a lot of time, and you have 0 users from the start, 1 user from the start, my bad. And you want to be on monthly, and you say $9.99 at the beginning. I'm going to say 10 because I just want to make this thing easy to calculate. and then my floor price is gonna be 10 as well. So that it remains the same. With all of that, if you just grow very, very steadily, and some people are paying $10 a month in the first 13 years, I mean, you will take 13 years to reach your 100th users, which I doubt. I think you're probably gonna bounce up with like 1,000 users very fast. But you would have made 56K in 13 years, which is not much. And then in the next year, you are making 40K, and then a lot more, and a lot more, and then a lot more, and so on. The only thing that I don't have here is the can I have free users? But nonetheless, based on this system and based on my calculation for this staircase, your infrastructure cost right now without the chat is 40 cents a month per user. When you reach like 1 million active users, if you have free users. So if you just add a new thing, like let's say it's a GPT thing that costs you somewhere along the line of, I don't know, $200 a month, maybe. Let's say 200 just for the sake of, having that. Then at 1 million, yeah, I know you're on paywalling, which is really bad, but I get it. At 1 million users, your infrastructure cost is $2. So at the minimum, for 1 million users, your subscription needs to be $2 a month. And currently you are at 10, so you have 5x the amount, which is good. But Chris, hi, well, come on in. Welcome back. How was your week? But with that, it's a pretty good thing. Let's say we have 1,000 users from the start, because it's probably going to be an option. And then you have growth that is like a 25% or 30% month-over-month growth with a conversion rate, which is at technically 100%, but we can't really do that in that calculator. You are going to be at 0 for the first 0 days. After 26 days, you would reach 1,000 users. You would have made 4K, which is false because conversion rate is at 100%. You don't have a choice. I really need that thing in here. But basically, after 6 months, you're making 25K. After a year, you're making 100K, which I think is pretty good, not gonna lie. And after 2 years, you're at 2 mil. It's not bad. It's not bad. And that is with free users. So if you have 500,000 users, and they are all paying because you are hardwalling, like paywalling the thing, that means that you would be making 14 million per year at 500K, which is a lot. So, I think that's the system. What I would highly recommend you to do, if you are hard paywalling, is to make the subscription more expensive now and reduce the price in the long run. Because that's the thing that's going to be appreciated by the users. Like, I have rarely seen, other than my own project, an app that says the subscription is $15 a month, and then a year and a half later saying the subscription is going down to $12 a month. Like it's extremely rare, but if you do that, meaning that you are making a lot more money in the beginning per user, but then when you reach a point where you have enough users and you can say, let's just reduce the price, that can create something that brings in a lot more users um, in the future, in the sense that same thing as Strava, where someone from like that is using Strava is talking about Strava to a friend, and the friends see how they like the app, and then they test the app and so on. Someone that just says, I'm using this app for my gym, and they just lowered the price, is a crazy sentence. So if you know that your lowest price is going to be $10 a month, I'm going to reopen this. And you say, we are starting at, I don't know, 15, $16 a month. And we want to go as low as 10, but as low as 10, no one knows about it. It's just like in your head right now. They've done a time. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. I have the animated profile picture because you have the 7TV extension on your browser, so now it's moving. You clicked on Twitch page. Well, come on in. We do design around here, so if you have anything that you want me to take a look at in terms of design, but yeah, I found you in my chat. That's how I found you. But if you start actually, if you start at 16 and you say this is going to be the price, and that's what we're going to have, like there is no other choice. Let's say that your conversion rate is going to be way higher, like at 20%, which is not true because 100%. You are making 16K in the first 2 years, which is taking like a long time to reach like 500 users, and then you are reaching 1,000 users in 2.5 years ish on top of that, and after 3 years you're making 50K in the bank that are in there. So that's an option to be there and just say, once you reach like your 1,000 users, you are dropping the price. So that means that all of these don't exist and you're dropping at 15.50 at some point, you know, like it's an option. So that's something that you could do. I'm lowering the price. Also, that is not a nice statement to say, but I get it. You're coming from that part of the situation, so I understand. But yeah, it's just like the main point that I'm trying to make is just that sentence of my gym app just lowered its price is a crazy thing to hear from any app. Like if tomorrow Spotify was lowering the price of the subscription, people would go crazy. Like as a thing, if they just said, well, from now on, instead of paying like $19.99 per month, you are going to pay $15.99. So we're going back to the old prices. And people would be crazy about it. People would praise them for lowering the price because it's just like, it shows that they are not like as greedy as they need to be and so on. And if you do the same thing, that's also something that could be really interesting. So you could, again, you could go with that direction. Going back to the question from Denny, yes, the price and the hiring is something to take into consideration, but with the type of app that Dapshi has built, there is not a lot of things that like require a permanent team member. I would say that. So it's probably going to be something along the line of, let me hire someone for 3 months to fix some of the issues, figure out some of the thing that I'm not figuring out right now, and then I'm gonna pay them for 3 months, but that's about it. After that, the app itself can run on its own and not really be like maintained on a daily basis. Which is the case for me. Like, it's a gym app. You've seen it. You've seen it before. It's this thing. Free advertising. um, and like once it's done, it's done. Like there is not a lot of things that you need to implement and update and so on to make things make sense. It's just like, well, it's done, it's working, it's fine. It does the job, so I don't need like more than that. Um, Kinda. It's more of a chat GPT slash things, but yeah. Um, but that's that. I mean, that's about it. Like, it's just like once the app is done, the app is done, and the only thing that you need to do is maintenance here and there. So, as the same example, also donuts. If you want to share like a link of the painting that you've done, I would love to take a look if you want to. But Can is an app that I've done and doesn't really need to be updated on a weekly basis or daily basis. I just need to make sure that security is there. So I'm doing a pass roughly once a month to make sure that nothing is broken, that the crashes that some users have happen at very specific time that I know crashes because, uh, the voice computing doesn't really work, or they went a bit too fast in between like two dictionaries and so on. And then every X amount of time, I'm going to add like new dictionaries that people can get access to and can buy. But that doesn't mean that, I need to do anything else on the app. So it can just live and be there. And if, I don't know, tomorrow I'm interested in technology, but like more electronics, not like the technology side of things, and more like electronics drawings and PCBs and very specific knowledge, and I create like a dictionary for that in Japanese, then I can just add that to the stack, and then we done. I don't need like a big ass update or anything. So that's that. And then on this one, same kind of concept. Basically, it's just once I have the whole concept and the whole features that I need to have, um, then I'm done. And the only thing that I'm doing on a basically weekly basis now is go into my admin section and add new perfumes to the collections. Like basically, yesterday I added 10 new perfumes from a US brand that I didn't know. I just added an ad for them on Instagram, and I said, you know what, I don't have that brand in my collection, so let me just add it to the database. I did that, and now everyone has it. So that's just the maintenance. This could be automated by someone else. I could hire someone to take care of the data sanitization of the database and so on, but does it really, is it really necessary? Like, do I really need that? Not really. So with that in mind, this app is going to be sustainable or sustaining itself by just surviving, as long as there is not like a ton of crashes, a ton of things that just uh, you know make the experience really bad. Then there is no need to hire someone new to help me with the thing. So that's the concept. That is the concept. So for Dapshi specifically, I feel like as soon as you have your app to work, the only thing that you need to do is simplify, optimize, reduce cost on your end. But yeah, reducing cost to user is groundbreaking. I'm gonna repeat myself on this one, but yeah. That's the thing. Um, and right now, Deb, she's kind of thinking about the business model. Yeah, I guess you need. I guess you need to create a widgets for your phone, and once you have the widgets for your phone, that means that you basically have the watch app in a way. Um, Voice control is a bit more complex, but it's feasible. And if you want to reduce the amount of work that you need to do on this, which I'm sure you want to, I would highly recommend you to go through the app intent um, and ensuring that you have all of that set up in a way that is as clean as possible and as good as possible, because with that, with your app intent organized specifically for iOS, doesn't, I don't know exactly if it's going to be available for Android as well, but for iOS nonetheless, if you make that proper and the intent is good, you will have the ability to basically say, using Siri on your phone, you will let the user have the ability to just use voice through Siri and other things. And I'm triggering my own phone every single second. Um, and basically voice is handled through that. Your understanding of the sentences with the NLP that is built in the native Apple implementation is going to be there. And same thing on Android if you go with the, what's the word? What's the thing? It's not Entence. They have like a different word, but they have a similar package system for Google Apps so that you can use the system, again, the system AI models to go through things. So that's the thing that it can work as well. So yeah, highly, highly, highly recommend you to go through the intents and set up the intents so that it makes sense for your app and you have the ability to just get the integration with this one and with the widgets with the Apple Watch with all of the ecosystem of Apple. So that's to me that's the easiest kind of best thing that you can do, because you will end up with a lot more features without doing much. It's just like, yeah, the intent has been defined, and therefore we have all of the thing that we need to do right there, and that's good enough. So yeah, I would do that. I would do that for sure. Other than that, again, the like to me, the business model has always been one of the easiest thing to figure out, because it is, do I want to be fair with my users? Yes, therefore they're gonna pay twice what I have to pay. Like that's it. Do I want to be greedy? Then they are going to pay 10 times what I need to pay. Do I not care about my users and my only goal is to make as much cash as possible? They are going to pay 100 times what I'm going to pay. So that's it. Like it's just the system is very simple. And so if you say, going back here, that your cost is somehow 25 a month, like you are paying 25 a month. If you have just one user, then that user needs to pay 25 a month. If you have two users, then in order to cover your 25, you need both of these to be at 17.5. Not even. And I mean, yes, 12.5. My bad. So I'm going to do 12.12 for both of them, and then you cover the last dollars that is not there. Maybe you have four users, and your cost per user, you get the idea. So your cost per user at that amount is going to be a lot less if I just do 5 because it's going to be the easiest thing. This is just going to be 5 a month for everyone. So if you have like more than 5 users that are paying, and since you are hard paywalling your things, then you cover your cost with the first 5 paying users. Good job. The thing is, most people are not going to be at $5 a month, and you want this thing to be sustainable, so you will have something that will be probably at 9 a month slash 10 a month because, why not? That's the price that you had in your head in the beginning. So simply from that, as soon as you have 3 users, you are covering your cost, and anything else is going to be benefits and profits, and you need to pay your taxes and so on. But like the usual. And your goal is not to have like 5 users, your goal is to have like a lot more than that. So as long as you have 3 users at this price, you are good for the months. And you're not losing money. That's the business model and the strategy that I have most of the times. And everything else above that is gonna be clean. So if I go into here, let's see if I'm logged in. I am crazy. And let's go into my analytics for Perfume, for example. In terms of my sales and revenues and all of that, basically in the past months, I've been making $100. If I go into, I don't think I can do that. In my monetization system, I don't think I can do that for the past 35 days, but I'm basically making like $100 a month, which is not much, but it's something. And then on Can, I'm making $60 a month, roughly, not exactly, but roughly. And since the beginning, I've made like $500 in total with these. I mean, this one specifically, that is like someone that bought the app, the entirety of the thing. But most of the time it's just like teeny tiny amounts here and there. And it's just like subscriptions and so on. And if I was pushing for a lot more, then I would be able to make a lot more money, but it's not something that I care about. So, it's just, yeah. Like that's basically 10 people that have bought the app. That's basically what it is. And this one is a one-time payment. So if you buy the app once, then you get the app. That's it. And yeah, and we're done with it. So that's basically, this is crazy. Someone decided to buy the app on day 2 of it being on the stores. I didn't advertise it yet. Just they found it, they bought it. It's great. So yeah. Uh, where did you market this one-time payment? I don't. It's basically within the app as a as an option of payments. Also, I need to click on that before it goes away. So in Can, in the upgrade section, you can decide to go monthly at 800 yen a month, yearly at 8,000, or lifetime at 30K. And that's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not providing any information of what it is, how it is, and so on. It's just like, yeah, that's the that's about it. And yeah, you start on yearly because this is the cheapest option. Um, but some people go into the monthly one and pay that, and they're happy with that. So yeah, that's it. The only thing that happens is you have the upgrade button around here that, prompts you to upgrade. You have I'm gonna make 3 mistakes on purpose. So you have this, which is just telling you you can unlock unlimited lives if you just subscribe. So if you subscribe, then you get this thing, and maybe you can just like get that. And if you don't have coins or anything, then you will have the ability to just buy coins from there. But that's not something that people do, because they recharge every day. So it's, you know, just teeny tiny micro interaction, micro transaction that makes absolutely no sense. But that's about it. If you go into settings, you have the subscription thing right there just to, you know, remind people. If you go into sync, you also have the same thing, but that's it. So it's not really marketed per se. It's just like it's in the app. You don't need it. You can 100% just live your life with no issues and never pay for anything. Drill the entirety of the kanas, the radicals, the kanjis, which is like a ton of content, and the first dictionaries, like these two are free, and you'd be good. And then maybe after, like, if you're good at it, and if you understand the mechanics and how you can game the system, um, then maybe you would buy like one of the dictionary, but that's about it. Like most people will not convert, and that's not the goal. But yeah, the thing that I'm saying by gaming the system is this. Let's say I'm here, I'm making uh I'm taking a quiz and I'm making like I was expecting this to be a mistake. I'm making a mistake right here, and then I tickle, welcome back. I'm making another mistake. Um, right. I need to make another mistake right here. Um, so I'm just getting 2 lives that have a good luck. 2 lives that are staying here, which is not good. But because I know how to game the system, I'm going back into my hiragana and katakana things because I have mastered them, and then from there I can just say all of that is the right answers, and because I answers 5 times correctly, I'm getting a free life, and so I can create a new quiz and do the exact same thing again, and then now I have 4 lives, and I didn't have to use coins, pay anything, do whatever. So as long as you understand how the system works and how you can game it, then you're kind of safe. You can use this thing forever as long as you just navigate in between the thing that you know and the thing that you don't know. And some people have discovered that, obviously they are gaming the system and they're not paying. That's good. That's the goal. The goal for them to figure out stuff and learn some vocabulary. But yeah, so it's a thing. It's a thing that you can do. It's a thing that would makes sense in terms of your monetization and your business model if you just go with a subscription model, hard paywalled, and basically have some defined proof. Like what I have in my head is what is going to cost you the most, probably in the beginning, is going to be the chat. The chat needs to be good in order to it's not um it is not a drinking emote. The chat is what's going to cost you the most because it is the most expensive part of the app, and you need to figure out how many times does a user, regular users, will use the chat. Like, is it 10 message in a session? Is it a big ass 50 message chat in the beginning of their subscription and then they use it maybe once a month? And like you define that. Um, but for me, I would say I would probably have a big session in the beginning to define the workout plans and where I am, like explaining um all of my existing experience, one of my, I mean, not one of, but like all of my PRs, where I am in my fitness journey, so that it can recommend me something that makes sense to me. And then I'm probably not gonna use it until I plateau or until something in the app is telling me, oh, we've noticed that you have made a lot more progress on this section and this section. Like you have loaded a lot more weight than usual. Would you like to update the plan? Which would trigger either a chat response or an automation within the app. In which case, it's not necessarily a chat response, and I still haven't used it. It's just like the automated system notifications that are responding. In which case, it basically means that I have, let's say, 30 message, which is a lot in the beginning, and then maybe 1 to 5 message per month. So based on that, based on cost, based on everything, it means that each of your users will cost you something along the line of 20 cents per chat, like per chat usage per month on a median basis. And then after that, almost nothing, depending on the chat that you're using. Um, so that's an easy option. But yeah, should be easier to carry content from an app to yours. Yeah, kinda. Um, kinda. I think if you have Dropset, you're not really someone that will buy a new app because Dropset is a paid app. But yeah. Also, Dropset has a 7 days or 14 days trial where you can do whatever the fuck you want within it. And then after that, you're done. Which would mean that basically your initial thing is like I mean, it could work if you say that your trial of 7 days is free and people can get to use the app, and the first chat is 20 cents or something. This shit, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? That could work, but yeah, nonetheless, that's basically how I would use it, I think. Um, Congrats on switching job, working on that. Um, where are you on this? Are you still like are you interviewing right now? I'm guessing yes. Or making your portfolio again, like everyone else. Me included. I should. I am not. But yeah, I would just have like a big ass chat in the beginning and then no chat whatsoever. For I guess the next month and a half. I don't know your target audience though. That's the thing. As I mentioned before, and you've seen me do that, and I'm gonna do that again because it just makes sense, and I hate doing it every time, but it's the easiest thing that I can figure out how to do. Um, so our regular bell curve of the stream, your demographic and audience is probably that portion of the population, meaning the people that have an interest in the gym, but not really a lot of knowledge. And the thing that I'm seeing most of the time is that if you're targeting that section, like the people that goes to the gym a lot and that really, are in the gym a lot, they don't use an app. They already have a system in place. The probability of them to switch from their like MyFitnessPal or Macro Factor or any other app, that I know of, is very, very low because they like they don't really care about anything. They already have their setup and so on. So the only feature that you have is the workout rating and the shareable element. But I would argue, that's just me, um, that basically someone like this that is going to the gym and very much in the gym and so on, the shareable thing is on Instagram already. Like it's not even close. um like same thing with Bumstead. It wouldn't use like Strava. They would use Instagram directly for the shareable elements because they are in there. So that's the thing that I'm like, I don't know. So again, I do feel like you are currently targeting the non gym goer to the beginner gym goer type of thing. Like the one that have no interest will never touch an app that is related to the gym, so that makes no sense. The one that are interested-ish, that have a lot of interest, but not like, they're going every week, like maybe twice a week, 3 times a week, but that's about it. Probably everyone that is above that, like the people that are going with 5 days a week, 7 days a week sometimes. These ones probably not going to use an app because they already have their system in place and they will just use their system. So yeah, I mean, to me, that's the situation that you are kind of in right now. It's just more complex to figure out exactly, where you land. For me, if I say this is 0 day in the gym and this is that shouldn't it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be a bell curve, but like 7 days in the gym with an S bitch. Thank you. Uh, most people, the bell curve here is probably going to be around 2 to 3. Like most people are going to be at 2. The people that goes to the gym are probably going to be at 2. Um, so for me, you are targeting the people that are like right here, like up to 3. 4 days a week. That's already someone that has a routine that is well oiled on the thing, and therefore the probability of getting in there is way lower. So yeah, nonetheless, back to what I was saying, usage is going to be a big chat in the beginning, and then once a month, once every 2 months, probably a chat in something. The rest of the features that you have are not things that cost you. So you provide them as a service, and you are pricing them as a service, not necessarily as a cost conversation thing. Like the chat is the only thing that is going to cost you so much on a weekly to monthly basis that you need to be compensated with that. So what I again, this is me. I know you want to hard paywall, but I would have a free tier and I would have a premium tier. Um, like that's to me that's the thing that I would like to have, and then I would go with somehow in terms of features, I would have the chat is one of them, the pick sharing is one of them. The workout recap is one of them from what we have talked about so far. I shift on that. I would say the planner is probably one. What else do you have? I'm almost certain that you have more things, but basically, I would say chat is not in there. Like chat is not something that you want to have in the free tier. Um, the pic sharing is going to be half there. I would say this needs to be you have access to the free card things and half of the stickers, but the good and well-made stickers are like in the paid tier, just for conversion rate and whatever. The recap is something that is just based on data throughout your workout, so that's like necessary but not too much. Maybe you have something that is like 1 to 3 per month that are free. It's just a system. It doesn't really matter. Uh, the planning, this is chat based. Also, Kane, hi, welcome in. So this is not gonna be within the free tier. And then I don't know exactly what you have other than that. So, but yeah. Why do I edit things this way? As in, uh, selecting all of them and changing everything at once? I don't know. It's a force of habit. But yeah, like basically that's the thing that I would say that you need to have to convert to premium. And if you don't do premium but you do trial, which is an option, cat hi, welcome on in. Then on the trial, you want to have a limited amount of chat a full sharing and a full workout plan as a templated prompt that you can, give to the user. And so they open the app, and then for the first 7 days, everything is free. They have access to the workout recaps and so on. And then past that, they need to continue with the premium option, which I don't like. I think this is predatory, but it's fine. It's an option. But as Denny was saying, you need your users to be so invested within to basically not have a reason to leave. Like, that's basically the thing. You want to make sure that the user go in and say, I already entered all of my habits, all of my workouts, all of my meal plans. I've shared this, and that, and it has been positive on social. And now I can't. So I'm gonna subscribe to this system because it seems to be working. But yeah. Yeah. And also, yeah, I mean, this is something that we do in software, where basically we want the user to have entered so much data that it's just easier to just pay than do the exact same thing again on yet again another app. So that's why basically the import from other apps is necessary. Like, you need to be able to import from MyFitnessPal. You need to be able to import from somewhere else to get the entire thing. But yeah, I mean, for me, that's the plan. I don't like this. I don't like the pricing model of Dropset. I think that it's kind of bad. But the fact that you start for free for 7 days, if I remember correctly, or 14 days, I forgot. And then it's just $4 a month. So like $4 a month is nothing for gym app. When you look at the Macro Factor app, which is the other one, which does basically the same kind of thing with AI assistants and whatever. This thing, I don't even know if they showcased like the pricing model that they have. I don't think they do. There is so much text in there that makes no fucking sense. Yeah, they don't. They do not. And yes, so that actually is in Discord. Yes. Um, someone that has a lifetime license to Macrofactor, MyFitnessPal, um, like whichever apps you want. All of these are basically the same shit at the end of the day. Um, we end up with sorry. This is not optimized in the slightest. uh, if I have like a license to this, for me to switch, I need to have the same thing or better. And converting someone that has a lifetime subscription is way easier than someone that has an active subscription. So if I'm paying $20 a month for something and you want me to convert to something new, I'm still going to be within my environment with my $20 a month that I haven't canceled yet because I don't know if your app is good. And I need to test your app and make sure that it matches my needs. And then if it does, maybe I'm going to convert. If I have a lifetime subscription to something, it doesn't cost me shit. So I can just convert to something else for a month, for 2 months, for something, and then come back if like I can't use it. Like I have the lifetime. I don't really care. Again, going back to the thing that we showcased last time, the Nucleo icons things, I have a lifetime license for them. And I always forget about it. But from time to time, I just remember, and I just then go back, download the icons that I need, and then go back to forgetting about it. But I have the license for this. And so it's basically the same thing from my point of view here, where it's like, in order to convert me, if I have, or you specifically, if you have like a lifetime, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna check it out. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I need every single features that I'm used to use on the app that I'm currently on to be in the new app. Otherwise, it's gonna piss me off. So if I go into one of the apps that I use not regularly, but from time to time when I remember that I have it, LifeSum is a calorie tracking app which is going to show me 3 times. God damn it. 3 things all the times. Let's hope they didn't go with a full, you need a paying account to get access to the app, because that used to not be the case. God damn, this is slow as fuck. Damn. So I haven't been on it in a long time. So that's why it's gonna take a while. This is gonna take a while. This is basically just tracking macros. And, that's about it. Have a good work. I'll see somehow, maybe I'll touch the landing page. I'll tell you. But if that's not the case, which is probably the case, this weekend, I'll pull first, as always, and then yeah, if I have something, I'll tell you. With you, have fun at work. Take care of yourself. So this is something that I have, Grace, welcome on in, where I can track everything that I want, and that's it. Um, like that's what it does. Nothing else. Not, not not a lot of information, not a lot of data. If I go to Alma instead, which is gonna prompt all of the me buying the subscription and so on, um, it's the same thing, but they have a better environment, a better system to track, a better things to interact with, and visually speaking, as a designer, it's more pleasing to me. It doesn't mean that it's better. It's just like more pleasing. So, and yes, I do. There is, of course. So, what would convert me if I had like a subscription to LifeSum is simply the same features, which is the case, like tracking calories and meals and so on. And then what do I use on LifeSum that is also in Alma, and what is on Alma that is not in LifeSum that I need to have? So for Dapshi specifically, it's the thing that we have that we don't have um, in other apps is the chat section. Lone Traveler, hi, welcome on in. Also, yes, hi. I will check that out. Thank you for the link. And so the chat section, I don't have it on any other app of fitness app that I have. And I do have the workouts and the metrics. So the Jimmy chat needs to be so good that I am converted, and it makes so much sense to me that I'm gonna pay. Like that's what it will take for Dapshi to convert anyone that is already using a gym app. Everything else, like maybe the workout routine and the recaps, is the type of thing that could sway some people. Some apps have it, but most apps don't. But I think that's the thing. Um, yeah, I mean that's the same for every other apps that I know of. Like it doesn't really log you into calisthenics, and you can only do calisthenics. You can do weights, you can do other things. But yeah. Um I mean you are here, aren't you? So I appreciate it. So that would be to answer your question, that would be the conversion things. What it would take to convert someone that already has a lifetime subscription somewhere else is absolutely nothing, and someone that has an active subscription to something else is the features in question. It needs to be the same features at a minimum, with the same level of quality on these features, and then better features if possible, or features that the other apps doesn't have. Like that's the only thing. Um, so yeah. Other than that, not a lot would convey and convert anyone to do anything. The other thing that I want to mention, which is important, um, macro factor probably has why is this like not sending me to the App Store. Probably has 3,000 reviews at 5 stars. Um, and the pricing on this thing is just kind of wild. But the yearly subscription is $90. The 6 months is 47, and the regular annual subscription is $70, and then the monthly is $12 a month. So that's like expensive-ish, but not that much, but expensive-ish. And the reason why there is 3,000 reviews and so on is because this app is coming from Chris, and not Chris, Jeff. And Jeff is a big ass YouTuber that has a massive audience, that he has the ability to flock to the app. And therefore, he's probably making banks by simply having his YouTube audience convert into just user of the app, that then see the benefits, that then convert into the paid plan. And it makes sense. Same thing happened for the Harrier Pro, which is what I have. It's a big ass YouTuber with a lot of people that are following, which has same thing, 7,000 reviews at 4.8 as a like a median, which is pretty cool. And this system, the purchase is more expensive, 120 per year and $12 a month. So they don't have like a discount for the 2 months or something. And I paid the $12 a month for 6 years, I think. Yeah. Because it's a good system, the workouts are good, and mainly because I was very much watching his videos, and every time there is a new video dropping on the YouTube channel, the workout is dropping on the app as well, with the variations. So it gives me this thing that I've seen on the video from yesterday, for example, is now in the app, and I can do the exact same workout in the app. Not that I would have done the same thing because I don't have the same stamina and powers and strength than Chris, but you know, that's the thing. Nonetheless, same thing. So they are fucking a lot of people, and that is one of the reasons why people are switching apps. And then lastly, the UX being better and the UI being better is like the reference that I'm giving you right here. Like the difference, me, I am out of tokens. The difference in between Alma and Lifesim is Alma's interface is so good, visually speaking, that it makes no sense to try something else. Like the overall visuals, the transitions, the thing that have been created in there are so nice that I would love to remain here. And the premium plan is 15K, which is not that much, but still like $120, $100-ish. Not really, it's 98, but you know, it's like $100. So, not great, not ideal, but not bad. But yeah, I would convert for a better UI, a better UX. For something, yes. It's just like a bit harder to figure out exactly what is a better UI or better UX when you don't have like all the information about the app. So yeah, you should not use the Claude design. I'm gonna say that now. Again, repeating myself every day. Uh, just, just, just go there. Just go there. Just go to Pencil, and use your cloud subscription with cloud code directly through Pencil, and you will have things that just make sense. Like I understand that from a company point of view, some people want you to use Anthropic stuff just because you can, but you should, if you need to use the Anthropic stuff within the Anthropic stuff, use Cloud Code within the app, not Cloud Design. And if you don't need to be within that environment, use Pencil. It's a harness for Cloud Design, basically. But yeah. Yeah. That's good, but just don't use the Cloud.ai/design because goddamn, that's so bad. That is so bad. It's so bad. Let's take a look at this. Grays. Let's take a look at this. So yeah, overall, actually, that's the thing. You need basically to have such a good value proposition that I will transfer myself. But yeah, interesting take. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I know that. That's clean. I like it. I like it. I still bump some of the line height here and there just to make it a bit more readable, but that's just a small design stuff. I love this. I love this this section at the bottom. Why did this happen in my head? 1 second. This is, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it is. This is somehow like one of these. Aha. Right, you're doing that's new. Doing one of these. Probably at 1.5. And yeah, I don't know why my brain saw this in your design, kinda. Maybe not that strong, but I felt like this was the rendering you had, which could be interesting to match like the handwritten version. Or the handwritten fonts. Just just a small something. Same size, same impact. It might be a bit too weird for the rest of the app and the rest of the landing. But yeah, I don't know. That's just how the brain works. Don't worry about it. Other than that, this is the same thing. So there is no real thing. If you click on that, you get that menu. I don't know. I don't know. The reason why I don't know. Let me explain. It's not necessarily something that I can show you here, but if I hold my phone like that and I press on something, half of the bottom of my phone is covered by my fingers and my palm and so on. Um, so I don't think I would necessarily see that thing slide up or slide down. Maybe, but the probability is kind of low. So I don't know. That's the only thing that I'm like, probably not. I again, I big fan of these. I would probably do some shit like this, like on tap. One of these, like can't disclose for obvious reasons. With an arrow that looks like this, yeah, that makes sense to me. But again, this is me. Don't worry about it. Um, this is cute. I think that works. I think overall this is working pretty well. I feel like um your books situation is really well made for the fact that you are properly displaying the things. Thank you for that. Having the mangas be opening on the other edge and the regular books opening from that side is a cute details. We like that. Good choices, by the way. But yeah, um, that is pretty cool. It gives me like a bit of an idea of who you are and what you do. So, that's clean. Other than that, that's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Um, yeah, yeah, you should. I I wish we had again techie here because it would make sense and it would be good for you to or for me to showcase that. Because I have the design file for Kyoto, so I have things to say, but I can't say before tech is in chat. Nonetheless, there is a lot of things that are themed in a way like this within the profile of the user. Um, that makes it really interesting, and I feel like you could have something similar when it comes to your manga stuff. If you are reading like a ton of them and they are good and you like them and you want to showcase the thing that is from you, then why not just do that? I don't know why this is just like all over my feed today. That makes no fucking sense. No sense whatsoever. Anyways, the thing in question that I'm talking about is probably going to be somewhere around here. I mean, you could go with things like this, which I don't think you can, but you could go with things like this for the presentation of some of the elements on hover. Like look at it. Anyways, that manga is really cool. If you haven't watched the movie, really nice. We like it. We like it a lot. Nonetheless, that's not the thing. Something like you have that. We talked about that before with the cassette and so on. And it has like a very simple and interesting system when it comes to like the presentation and so on. They are flipping, 3D rotating, and so. But it's, you know, it doesn't really have like the personality of the manga that is displayed. So I could go with a header of the page for that page like that right here to be like a bit more on the manga side or a bit more on the book in question side with the design, not necessarily with everything else, but with having like a bit more stuff on the edges by the fact that you have the handwritten fonts. You could have some doodles and some wiggles and squiggles and things around the side, similar to what we have on Benji website, you know. So it's just like personal notes on why you like it or why you don't like it, you know. Shit like this. For the book, not the rest. But it's a simple system. Nonetheless, the rest is good. Everything else is good. It's very minimalistic, which is fine. I don't know exactly if this is everything that you want to display, and so on, based on the fact that, you know, it's a very minimal thing. But you have all of the pages that you need. The only potential thing that you are missing is socials, if you want to have them, because you just have these there as links, and I don't know if that is enough, but, you know, like the icon inside of the text could be an option. Nonetheless, this is good. I think the entirety here is clean. The mobile version is clean as well. Everything is working. I have a bit of a doubt on the clickability of these things when it comes to... Are we missing an icon? Is that what's happening right here? That is. The clickability of these things, because they might be a bit thin for mobile, so you might want to have like a bit more space on the mobile version. But that's it. The rest is good. So congrats. Congrats on that. No, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Of course. Of course. No. No one's going to click through books. Again, this is a personal website, so it's a personal experiment. I'm gonna reuse this one because it makes sense, but on here, the probability of people clicking on this is very low, and the probability of people reaching this portion of the website is very low as well. So even if we are like on mobile, not on mobile, wherever, like people will probably go here, click on the first one because that's what they see, read or not even read this, and then decide that it's a good thing or a bad thing, and that's about it. Like that's probably what's going to happen. This being a personal site, it's a personal site. Yeah, I mean, it's my website from 2023, 2024. I haven't updated it since. I did that in 4 hours on a Friday, basically, or Saturday afternoon, and I spent more time on the skulls than anything else. So Yeah. I need to work on my portfolio. I need to I need to redo this entire thing, uh, and figure out what I want to have. And I have an ID, but I don't like it that much. Uh, as mentioned, I have like my 2027 board that is here, my 2026 board from last year that I haven't really used. I have this one that is pretty impressive as well, but not the best option. Um, and yeah, I haven't like spent the time on anything. I have an ID, I have a concept, but it is it's not good. And it's also not necessarily the easiest thing for me to build. So yeah. Um anyways. So yeah, Grizz, congrats on that. The only thing that might like, need a bit more work is the case study slash artifact section, because you probably will have like more images, more text, less text, more sections and so on. But I'm guessing this is something that is going to happen as a case by case basis, in which case, yeah, you're good. You're good. Congrats. It's very clean though. And this is neat. Like if this is not exactly the same size at which it will load in, but if this is um like the overall content that I'm seeing from when I'm opening the website for the first time, this is interesting. I don't really know what it means. I don't really know what it represents, and I don't really know what these things are. My instinct as a designer is, oh, that person has designed an app icon, but I don't know what it is. And then I would expect potentially to be able to click on this one if you've right, because I recognize the others, but I don't recognize this one, so I would expect to click on that to then send me to something that is similar to this one. But yeah, other than that, it's really good. It's clean enough, and there might be, knowing you, there will be some teeny tiny interactions and other thing that I'm not seeing here because this is a Figma file. But yeah, you did good. Um, anyways, what is this, Denny? You said something and then I didn't really have. White section template 6 portfolio usage. Um, that's a great assumption, Lone Travelers. That's damn. Uh, uh. Ah, yeah, yeah. The reason why I have this reaction is because uh we have done that exact thing as a stream overlay at some point in 2021. We had an entire stream overlay that had that thing for changing scene. So we were going from one scene to the other, going with that transition. And therefore, I built this thing through uh, OBS, which is a bit of a different system and harder to maintain. But when it comes to current transitions, this one is going to be the classical one. This one is kind of outdated by now. Most people are not going to do that. This is kind of cheap. Uh, this is exactly what I had as an overlay. I think I have this in Figma still. This one is an interesting one. I think it would only work for some specific type of work. Client that I'm working with now could potentially benefit from that. But that's not necessarily the greatest of greatest. This one is just, to me, it is boring and overused. This is slow. This one is fine, but it's the same thing again. That's fun. We've seen that many times, but it's kind of cheap nowadays because we've seen that many times. And then fades are okay. You know, why not? And then the last one is the same thing as the purple one, but without the transition that is visual across. So this one might be more interesting compared to this one, but yeah, for your stuff, maybe. And then again, I'm gonna mention that because I'm seeing it. This is the 2025-2026 designer portfolio notes and apps presentation. Like, we are all doing this. There is no question. We are all adding handwritten slash script fonts to our websites to showcase like what we have done, what we wanted to talk about, and so on. But yeah, that's the thing. This is kind of bad though. It's kind of bad. The bureau is better than this one to me. That's more fun. The one that we saw a second ago was pretty more fun. Yeah, they have a ton of things in there that are pretty cool. Like that first one, the slush one, is pretty nice as a page transition. Then from the Netherlands, oh my god. Sorry. Apparently they just like things that rotate. I think that's what it is. Yeah. That's a nice. Are they overshooting? They're not overshooting. Yeah, that's a nice concept for a footer. I like that arched things. Pretty clean. Other than that, they have like one animation for the buttons, and it's just crazy. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. I mean, membership is $25 per month, and you need to pay either quarterly which is like at least 100, like $100, kinda 75. Um, or nearly, which is $20 per month. That's crazy. That's crazy. Um, I mean, if it works, if that makes them money and they are happy with it, no complaint. No complaint. Um, I would steal this though. I yeah, I I'd steal this. No questions. It's very simple. Other than that, yeah, I don't know. Eh, eh. You did not. You did not. They have cool stuff, but that's about it. Like I'm not gonna. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I I hate this though. I'm gonna be honest with that. I hate the round and square buttons together. This is something that Gumroad, I think, have put in place about 2 years ago, and now a lot of people are putting it. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Um, but yeah, this is very much. That's gonna sound really bad. I don't know if I would say junior, but it feels like someone that just discovered animation in the web, and it's. I did that at some point. um, and I'm like, yeah, I discovered that you can animate things, and therefore I have animated everything. No questions. Like there was a text, it was animated. There was a hover effect there, it was animated. And it feels like very like you could have not done that. Like it's some of the transitions are good, but some of the things are just like that's too much. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It works. That's the thing. Again, you can see why current client is probably gonna appreciate that transition, that purple transition. We're using squiggles as one of our main points on the branding, which is kind of debatable, but it's working. So, uh, yeah, that transition could work. Could be a thing. It's also kind of complicated. I wish I had the skills again, and this is for techie specifically, but like I wish I had the skills to bring that in because goddamn, that would be so cute. It would be so nice if I had the illustration skills to do that. Look at them fluff. It does look like ammo. I agree. I agree. But again, the people that are like comparing, and I get it, um, haven't seen the rest. That's the, to me, that's my thing. Like, Ammo's logo design is coming from Happened. So I don't know if we have the initial ones, but like this thing, this logo right there is the first one that kind of got um this path democratized. Like most people didn't really use that in the past, and then a lot of people after that kind of come up with it. And lately, Threads is one of the big one. Ammo is another one that people don't know about. Um, but yeah, that thing is that the smooth blur transition is not what works with everything. Um, it is. It is. I think you should have it as a either something that is uh, displayed by default, or something that is like hidden in a way that only works with the gyroscope of the phone. So again, I'm gonna use the same thing because it makes sense to me. But let's say um, you have that, like that's your text. I doubt it. And you have it on top of your blood element. It's going to be somewhere around here, and then you have that thing that has your effect that is your layer blur uh, right there, right? That's probably what it is. So you either on tap, you have this thing that pops in on top of the content, and it could be like a, for me, I would do that as a sticker. And I was about to say, I don't know why. I do know why. It would make more sense for me. Um, so something like this, for example, with a nice sticker effect that when you tap on it, it drops in. Like that's the thing that pops in, or maybe you have it like on as an on top, because yeah, whatever. Have a good rest of your day, Denny. Thanks a lot for being here. Um, or you can have something that is uh like very much the same color. It's there, but it's not there. Same color as the background, and then on um, can I do that? Would that work? It could work. And then um, within something like that, maybe that would work. Maybe that would work. No, not that. Um, let me get some of that. Are you kidding? Like maybe on hover. not on hover, maybe on phone tilt. You have that just, shine a light on the text itself. Probably you need some sort of a one of that, but like just with the phone rotation, it just shines, but it's still there, but it's not as visible as the other things. So that's the thing that I would potentially do. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, Dapshi. Thanks a lot for being here, as always. Appreciate it as well. Um, so that's an interesting concept, not necessarily a good concept. You can use the emoji, yes. You could yeah. The thing that needs to happen as well is that if you don't have access to the gyroscope, this needs to slide in basically on a loop that is slow enough with enough pose on the edge so that the user, when they load the page for the first time, they don't see things, and then it slides in, they see the can't tell you, and it just goes back there, and it slides in again, But it's the same thing as this website, if it's still on. Like, I have my hidden words in here. I mean, it's probably visible on stream a bit more because of contrast ratio, but I've always done this. This is my portfolio from 2018, I think. But there is something there that you can only see if you highlight the text or if you are like, you know, good enough with your eyes. I can read that without having to highlight it. But yeah. What do you mean wait? No, they are not. They are my initials. They are my initials. All of them. Oishi is the Japanese name that my dad gave me without telling my mom that he was giving me a Japanese name. My sister already had a Japanese name, but mine was not planned 100%. And based on the stories, which again, these are the parents' stories, so maybe they are true, maybe they are not true. I don't know. He gave the documents to register me in the town hall, and so on, and then said, "Oh, wait, 1 second, I forgot something," and then he took them back, wrote Oishi, and then gave them back. So, yeah. It's mostly, and Kane, it's mostly because it's cool, and it's like the hello there is such a memorable sentence that having that makes sense. It does mean tasty, yes. It does mean tasty, which is very good when I'm in Japan and I'm talking to Japanese girls because that's my name. and then they can attest or not attest. Appreciate it. You know, that's, it's in the name. It's in the name. So yeah, it's written differently when it comes to the French writing. You know, they needed to make it sounds different because I mean, it's not how it's pronounced. So yeah, um, so that's the thing. But that's basically the same concept when you have something that is very light on the background, and then you have either an active on hover type of thing, or you have a tilt with your phone tilt pitch that is highlighting the things. Could be an option as well. Um, but it's not like as necessary as anything else. It can be such a small details that it would just work. So I do that. But yeah, these details, goddamn. Goddamn. Ah. I asked Google Flows to take that image and create an alternative of this thing using the logo of the clients and the sub line. And it was great. And then the client said, that font looks like the Flintstone. So we didn't go there. So sad about it. I'm so sad about it. It was nice. It was pretty nice. Anyways, yeah, I feel like shit like this would be an option, Grizz, where you have like your handwritten fonts on top as a thing, and maybe underneath, if it's an option. You know, if you have that, bitch, like maybe you do this. I'm gonna be in white because why not? And then let's use a bureau for that. Maybe that's the way to go, where it's just um, can't tell you that as a thing. Um, specifically if it is like a blood enough, there is enough contrast to stand out. So probably say that this is an option. Why do you stop playing music every time? Makes no sense. So yeah. Yeah, I didn't see the Flintstone as well. That's the thing. Malcolm, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's your day going? How was your week? How's your weekend starting? If it's the start. So yeah, something like this could work. I don't know if Bureau is the best option. I don't think you would have access to the others. Oh, not gonna lie. Um, maybe Jimmy. Jimmy's could be an option. But yeah. And yes, this is Apple Music. Uh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired, as I always am. So we good. Nothing changed. I think I have tried cassette. I think I had. I think I had. Yeah, I have. I don't know why I didn't keep it. I forgot. Um, but it might. I'm gonna keep it for later. Um, congrats, congrats on the Japan trip. Happy it was nice. I'm happy it was nice. Where did you go? I forgot exactly if you went classical or if you went up. No, you went classical. Yeah, you did. Brain. Brain remembered. Sassy, welcome back. How have you been? Welcome on in. It is a Friday indeed. It is a Friday indeed. Mm. Mm. Yeah, that seems to work. Okay. How is the yeah, by the way, how is the Coursera certification thingy going? Like, is it fine? How do you like it? I'm guessing, I guess, again, based on what happens to me, I'm guessing you probably did the first free 7 days in about 2 hours, and then the rest is just like the additional content that is going to take you 35 hours in total. So that's like somehow 3 days, 7 days ish if you are doing that all day. So yeah. Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, Hiroshima, Akone, and then Tokyo back. That makes sense. That makes sense. The I'm gonna derail, Kane. The usual thing um, for Kone is, and people are doing that, and I highly recommend it as well. You have uh, the lake, and there is it this one or is it the other one? I forgot. I think it's around here. Yeah, I think it's this one. Bakery Table is one of the nice, expensive places where you have a very nice view on the lake itself, and sometimes you can see the boat, and then you have that magnificent thing that I took when I was there. I have a picture of it. But yeah, you have like that very nice view. It's very cozy inside, and I love this place. Rather than go to where the tourists are going, which is instead of stopping there and eating, they go they go in and they stop there at the torii gates for the pictures. And so now there is a queue that goes up the stairs for everyone to take their magnificent picture like everyone else. Fuck up. When I went there the first time, there was no one. No one was taking pictures. It was so nice. And then now there is a fucking queue for no reason. So yeah, and then there is this boat that is just doing turns on the lake, which is pretty nice and very cute overall. So you know, it's nice to see. It's a very nice lake, and then the shrine that is in there, the mountain itself is really cool. And my ex had a house somewhere around there, or somewhere around there. I forgot where it is, but yeah, we had a house. The grandmother house um, was available, so you know, free stuff. We take it. We Take it. But yeah, all of these are really cool every time. Anywho, I missed two messages. Uh, Figured there are parts that are like duh, yeah. You're breaking it down so far, and then new bits. This part has been the how to communicate to the senior stakeholders, which was the most corporate nothing burger. Yeah, yeah. Uh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And Kane, you said create a new collection schema and post. All right. So if I create a new thing and I say this is the plop schema slug, I'm gonna have my plop that is done. You need to send me directly to my plop schema stuff. Like that's what needs to happen. If I create a new collection, I need to be in there, UX wise, and then I need to edit the schema, which is non-existent. This is cute as fuck. The colors are good. I will have media, and based on what we can see here, it's a drag and drop situation. So that's interesting. So you would have a string, which is the title. And then you would have another string, which is my subtitle. You know, that makes sense. Both are strings. Maybe I'm getting a media, which is the media. And then we have everything. The field is added. We are good with it. I can send the API payload, which makes absolutely no sense, but it returns the things, which is good. I don't know, maybe. And then from there, if I create an entry, I would have my title, my sub, and my media, and I can upload something. And I can save. That's cool. If it's saved, I should go back to probably to here. That's an okay thing. And if I change the schema, media is required. This is the thing that I wish I would have had while I dropped it. The description and requirements, like is it required or not? I would reuse that exact same model on the field addition instead of not have it. But yeah, that's pretty cool. It's working though. It's pretty nice. I need to pee. 1 second. The other thing, Malcolm, that I'm thinking about right now is this. Let me see if I can just find it while I'm hidden. Well, I'm hidden somewhere in the November of 2019. Am I gonna find this thing? Or am I not gonna find this thing? Yeah. I have found it. Look at it. Look at it. Isn't that the best sandwich? We had the other one as well, which was like kind of tiny bites here and there, but goddamn, goddamn, we had to in that spot specifically. But yeah, like I don't want to show you some ass because you know there's so much ass in here. But like the Tory Gate, um, at the bottom of the path, no one was there. It was so nice, and uh, and the lake itself with all the small boats and so on. All of that was really cool. All of that was really nice. We like it. We like it. I don't think I have. I mean, not one of my profile picture that I used for the longest time is coming from the forest in Hakone. So, you know, it's, yeah. It happens. Things have changed since then. I have hair. But yeah, I think I have, um, I think I have picture with the boat. Yeah, right there. You can see the boat in the background. Right here. This was 2019. I had never streamed before. I was unknown on the internet. I had a job. Oh my god. I had a job. How was it supposed to be hidden? Good question. I think it's like basically because it is somehow like real sandwiches. Um, Meaning that you take off the first layer, which is one half of a sandwich, and then you take off the second layer, which is one half of a second sandwich, which is, you know, like the top one and this the second one that is right there. So it's basically like two sandwiches. So you can do it. If it had like not two layers of bread right here, then yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to deconstruct and reconstruct and so on. So I, yeah, I get it. It is confusing, specifically when it comes to your table and it's that big. Um, it's a tower of sandwiches, yes, it is. And yeah, and again, the view from the fucking restaurant is just like such a nice thing. Like it's calm. You're right there. You see the boat in the background. You have the chef that is in front of you that does some things, bring you the food. It's so nice. You know. It's so nice. Yeah. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. It's been a while. My LinkedIn profile picture, by the way. for years. Years. And then I changed like this year. This year. It's crazy. It is crazy. Anyways. Other than that, um, this seems to be working well. I would love to be able to check the published version off, but I don't think you have the display view, Kane. I think I think this is just like the CMS section, which is fine, but yeah. I mean, the new LinkedIn profile picture is kind of crazy as well. Not gonna. The sad thing is that it makes my receding hairline look receding more. I'm not the happiest about it. The receding hairline, Kate. No, I'm saying I would love to see the page. So, for example, I have this Hello World blog post thingy. If I click on it, I can only see this, but I can't really see where it is. Like, I don't see it in the blog thing. I just see it in the CMS thing. I can't see or find the endpoint in which it is. So the same way that I have, this is not related, but related. The same way that I have the perfumes that I currently have that are right here. If I go at the bottom of this page, I have my linked to reference, and my links to reference is gonna send me, or is supposed to send me, bitch. You don't want to click on things? That's crazy. It's supposed to open like the browser and show me the details of the perfumes and so on. Is it just this one that is broken, or is it like, it's all of them? Because I'm probably just right here. Is that the thing? Yeah, no. God damn. So basically, when you're clicking on the link, you then end up here. So it's supposed to load Chrome. Is it just not working because I can't browse the web while I'm on sharing my screen? Is that what's happening? That's it. Yeah, no. So, you get that and you have the full package and whatever. Anyways, the details, the whatever. So yes, I would need to build the things. I see. Yeah. I feel like since this is just like, as you said, a headless CMS, so it's just the content and nothing else, I get it. But I'd still love to see something though. But nonetheless, it's pretty good. Everything is pretty clean. The only things that I have some issues with is some corner radius here and there. So the main one is the search that is like corner radius at like 1 or 2. That I'm like, I mean, based on the rest of the fucking website, everything is kind of radiused a lot. So I'd radius that a bit more. And then these ones are very sharp because of the distance, and so I get it. What? Maybe I would make him bigger and more in. I don't know. Um, but other than that, it's fine. And that's really good. This is working well. The fact that published and unpublished is there. It's kind of weird because it is published. I guess you have some things that are not supposed to happen. Like draft there is draft here, and then published here is supposed to switch this as well. So that's the, you know, um, boy. Other than that, good. Yeah, they are not showing anything. It changes stuff there, and also it's impacting everything there as well. So I'm probably gonna say put it here, but yeah. Other than that, cool. It's working. My question to you on this one um, is it working because it's using Lovable API stuff? Or would it be working anywhere? Like if you extracted the project from Lovable and then you self-hosted that through GitHub or something, would it still work? Because if it's just Lovable thing, then it's kind of sad, mainly because Lovable is going to be unpredictable. In the sense that right now this is probably within a very specific type of tier, and it's using API calls and other things that will potentially get reduced if the project is not active. I like how I active with one finger. So my fear is just like, if you have the product unlovable and you don't touch it for months because you don't have to do anything about it, then maybe they're gonna cut the access to that project because it hasn't been active and so on. So that's the fear, the regular fear. Other than that, it's cool. It's working. It does its job. It does its job. And dark mode is fine. Why say no? Why say no? Dark mode is pretty good. Yeah, we're good with it. Yeah. When you say kept working or keep working, do you mean you could still access the the blogs, or do you mean you could still access the project after a month and it was still there? Because if that's the case, then yeah, that makes sense. Basically, the project is going to be dormant, but the API itself is not working. Because there is no like call made to the blogs, to the APIs, to the things, then it's not really working externally. So yeah, are you using it though? Are you using it in one of your projects, aka your portfolio, to load the blogs? I'm guessing that's the point. Uh, I don't. That's just because I don't like their overall stuff. Um, I mean, I think what Kane is doing right now makes a lot of sense because it's just somehow a way to get like a tool to work, and therefore it's good, but it's not like the best example. V0 is debatable. Um, like, I mean, for me, V0 is kind of debatable. Um, it doesn't work as well. It has access to a lot more stuff, which is like the only reason I would use V0 over Lovable, which I wouldn't use either, to be honest. Gotta be honest with that. It's just like nothing makes sense on this. Um, but yeah, and then the other one, like Bolt and Replit, I don't like them. Um, Bolt to me is just like, God damn, that's crazy. I'm seeing the boltai.com instead of the bolt.new, which is the original. Bolt is like so slow. Oh my God. That's not. Rebel's kind of the same thing for me, and I don't fuck with any of them, to be honest. Um, that's an interesting use case. That's an interesting use case. I didn't think of that. Um, but yeah, yeah, I don't fuck with Replit either. I just, I just don't. I just don't. I just don't. Makes no sense to me. Um, I would rather use Cloud Code directly, to be honest, just to get the output. And specifically now that we have, I mean, the thing that I said before is just the current state of things for visual design. The best apps and the best AI that we have to generate a UI is Nano Banana 2. And now ChatGPT Image 2. These two are the best thing you can have to get an idea of what it could look like. And it's just way faster and much better. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would have received the brief within a call, and therefore I would know what we are talking about. Like that's usually what happened. For example, for the client that I'm working with now, it's like we had a chat to see if the product they had and me align kinda, and then I send them a quote or two quotes. They chose the biggest one, and and we had a meeting or we had another call with the exact, like the entirety of the team, the entirety of the goals for that project, the thing that I need to work on and the thing that I don't need to work on. And then I was off, and that's it. And so the brief has been like kind of spoken to me, so I don't need to very much read the paper if there was, or if there was a paper that was given to me. So you know, it's easy, it's better. Yeah, have a chat, discuss, communicate. It's good. Other than that, yeah, I think I used Lovable once, V0 twice, Replit once, Bolt once, Figma Make 8 times. Impressive. Figma Site twice. I haven't tried Weave because I don't trust it. Yeah, that's that's a lot of things. And yet there is this one as well, which is pretty impressive for what they're doing. Magen, which is an image gen, obviously, as the name implies, which gives you access to basically all of the models, and you can build things that are animated, not animated, and so on. And some of them are impressive when it comes to the outputs. Like this is GPT Image 2 that is creating these very, you know, hand-drawn crayon thing, which I'm not the biggest fan of because I don't think that this is something that should have happened, but you know, it happens. But it is very similar to one of the current blowing up app that you know. Yeah, Rev is good. Rev is pretty good. Where is this thing? We talked about it like basically at the beginning of the stream very quickly. There is an app that is currently popping off that has a design style that is very much the same as this hand-drawn crayon thing. And it's interesting that this is the current style that people are going for standing out. And it does stand out, so I get it. But that's like kind of the thing. And so I don't know if this has been hand drawn. I don't know if this has been hand animated. I don't know if it's something else, but you know, it's the type of thing that a lot of people are kind of going toward right now. And therefore, also, I had the thing for Denny, and now that Denny is out, I forgot it. There is another one that is like My Door or something. I forgot the name. Same reasons, same usual things. Same design. Hand-drawn. And it works. So, yeah. It's not going to be there. Like this one is one of them as well, where it has a lot more hand-drawn feel. It's not really hand-drawn, it's like pressed flowers, but yeah. I mean, it is the feeling that I'm getting from most of the apps right now. In order to stand out, you need to stand out visually, and going with the hand-created, handcrafted output is what makes you stand out. So people are trying to do it, and therefore Magen is probably an option for a lot of people because they don't know how to draw. And you know, you just need some illustration, you just need some stuff, and that's what happened. The biggest issue that I have with these things is for Dapshi, for example, same thing. Like you could generate images of the product that you have or the meals or the whatever, but it's never gonna be true. It's never gonna look like this. And it looks neat, but it's never correct. So, I don't know. I don't know. But it's good. Like it's to be honest, to just have this as a presentation or as a concept or something, this is really impressive based on the state of image generation from last year. When you see that now, I'm pretty impressed with that. Like there is a ton of this is very much last year to me. Like that face, that type of hair is that color in the background, kind of same thing. But eh, you know, it's fine. It's working. It does the job. One day. One day it will be better. And one day we will not know what happened. We would not know if something has changed, something has not changed. It's just it is what it is. It's fine though. It is fine. Anyways, I'm gonna send you to James because he's drawing. I guess. I guess. I guess. I guess. He just BRBs. It's fine. Anyways, thanks all for being here. As always, appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not live, which is like, the usual, join the Discord, ask that there. If you have a lot of perfumes, use that. If you have a lot of links, use that. And no, if you want to learn Japanese, use that. That's gonna be good. The stamps have been absolutely broken because they have been unlinked to my account. So now I need to relink them. And that's the issue. But we'll see. Yeah, Wending stream, I have stuff to do. Sadly, I know it's early. We have like shorter streams, but it happens. It happens. And yeah. James is currently on the BRB scene of the B game, so don't worry about it. You can start typing in chat to play the game with everyone. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you all on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. It's bye.